testing for the studio. Testing 1 2 3 3 2 1. 1 2 3 3 2 1. So, a very good morning to all of our Encore patrons, and welcome to Borrowdale Park for today's meeting, Sunday the 31st of December. It's the Bloodstock South Africa championing champions, the Carlton Cup over 3,200 meters. That'll be race 6 on today's program. Got a couple of card changes, mainly equipment changes, and one scratching. We'll go through those now. So if you get your race card out in race number 4, you can scratch number 1 Qunetra. Scratch number 1 Qunetra. Going on to card changes in race 1, number 2 aerial display to race with steel shoes on, alamites off. Number 4 Count Moderna to race with blinkers off. Number 5 birding space to race with earmuffs on. The next change comes in race 2, number 5 Just Adore Her, blinkers off. Going on to race 3. In race 3, number 1 Bruce's Spirit and number 3 Duchess of War to race with earmuffs on, and number 6 Evocative to race with blinkers off. On to race 4. In race 4, number 2 Tiger's Eagle to race with blinkers on. And completing the card changes in race 5, number 2 Wantage to race with alamites on, steel shoes off. At the moment it's pretty overcast. There is a chance of some rain. Humidity is quite high and there's not a lot of wind around, just a slight tailwind, but nothing to report. Thankfully we got some reasonable rain the last couple of weeks, over the last 10 days. 163 mils in the last 7 days, and obviously no irrigation. And the pen reading is 30. So that's good to soft. No, in fact, that's soft. Track condition are soft, 30. There's a false rail 4 meters out, 4.5 meters out, that is from the 1,300 meter mark to the spillway. So not much of a false rail, just 4.5 meters. But with these small fields, I don't think it make much difference. So 4.5 meters from the 1,300 meter mark to the spillway. Race 1 goes off at 12 o'clock, and the feature event race 6 goes off at 5 minutes to 3. So pretty early start and an early finish to racing here. The final race meeting for the calendar year 2023. Like to take this opportunity to wish you all, hope you all had a Merry Christmas, and wish you all the best for 2024 and a safe New Year's Eve evening, and hopefully 2024 will be a good year for everyone. Okay, we'll just be waiting for the horses to come out for race 1, and then we'll take them down to the start. Like I say, 6 race program, last race going off at 5 to 3. Race 1 on today's program is the BSA Cape Yearling Graduations Plate to be run over 1,200 meters. 5 runners, and the 5 runners have made their way into the parade. Horse number 1 is Power Ranger, the mount of Jeffrey Seister. Number 2, Aerial Display and Diego de Gavea. Number 3, Pair of Aces and Morgan Yamaguete. Number 4, Con Moderna and Nathan Klink. And number 5, Bird in Space and Wesley Mowing. Just a quick look at the betting. All the support for horse number 2, Aerial Display, into odds-on favourite. So heavily punted off the boards. Horse number 2, Aerial Display, representing Thomas Mason and the Royal Flush Syndicate. Diego de Gavea up to ride for Thomas Mason mainly this afternoon. So interesting runner, having his first start here in Zimbabwe. Brings some reasonable form from South Africa, winner of 2 of 14 starts and 6 places, so I'm pretty sure he's going to do really well here in Zimbabwe. Main danger could come in the form of the stable companions number 1 Power Ranger and number 5 Bird in Space. So these jockeys will be getting acquainted with their mounts and will be leaving the parade ring shortly for the running of race 1. Off time 12 o'clock, so approximately 8 minutes to go to the off of race number 1. So the runners making their way down the chute will be on the main course and on their way down to the 1,200 meter mark for the graduation plate. On a 6-race program here at Borrowdale Park. First runner to come out, number 1 Power Ranger, followed out by the newcomer to Zimbabwe, that's horse number 2 Aerial Display. Number 3 Stable Companion, Pair of Aces. Number 4, Count Moderna. And with the lead pony completed the lineup, number 5, Bird in Space. So the runners for race 1 have arrived down at the starters. We now race time for the BSA Cape Yearling graduation plate. Just the 5 runners to come forward. They should be closing the starting stalls, machine gates, front gates, and bringing these horses forward shortly as we get racing on the go here at Borrowdale Park for the final time this year, 2023. So just a couple of gates being closed, all the jockeys still to get on board their respective mounts, so it looks like we won't go to time here. Five-horse field to come forward. All the support for the 2 runner, number 2 aerial display, now trading around about 7 to 10, so heavily supported to make a winning debut here in Zimbabwe from the Tomcat Racing Yard. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Like I say, he's come with some reasonable form from South Africa and should equip himself really well here in Zimbabwe. So no horses coming forward just yet. A couple of jockeys, like I say, just standing behind the starting stall machine. I'm not too sure what we're waiting for. Very hot, humid day, so a number of these horses getting quite warm down at the start. Handlers turning their attention to Count Moderna. He's quite a way away from the starting stall machine, so not too sure what the hold-up is. Right, so whatever it is, it looks like they've sorted it out. They're starting to come forward. Bird in space to go into stall gate number 1. Power Ranger will go into 4. Count Moderna 2. Aerial display 3. And P of Aces into stall gate number 5. So just the 1 runner loaded so far. Bird in space. Count Moderna to come forward. Handlers turning their attention to Power Ranger. Still to close the back gate on Count Moderna. Handler in with him in the stall gate. Power Ranger comes forward. And he backs away. So pretty much just the 1 horse loaded at the moment, Bird in space, as Power Ranger comes up again. Pair of Aces. Leave us with Aerial Display to come forward. In he goes. Handlers out the way, white flag raised, all set. And now, away they go. Aerial display, very quick into stride, together with stable companion, pair of aces on the inside. We find Bade in space. Just behind that we find Power Ranger, and on the far side there, dropping back to last, is Count Moderna. So it's Bird in space that leads the party, leads by 2 lengths. From back in second, Aerial display. Then we find Power Ranger with 5 to go. Alongside him is pair of aces, and Count Moderna's got about 8 lengths to make up. They make their way quickly to the 600 meter mark, and Bird in space leads by 3 lengths. Back in second, Aerial display. Power Rangers in third. Count Moderna's still got some running to do. Pair of aces is coming under ride. As Bird in space got the fractions right, she's now coming under ride. Back on the inside, Aerial display moves forward sharply together with Power Ranger on the stand side running rail. On the inside of that is Count Moderna. Pair of aces is still at the back of the field, but now Power Ranger picks up the running here, and Power Ranger looks to have this race at his mercy at the 200 meter mark. Back in second, we've got Aerial display together with Bird in space, but the Bird has flown here at Borrowdale Park, and Power Ranger is going to absolutely waltz in. Second will go to, on the inside, Count Moderna. Aerial display, the punters left the money in the satchels. That'll run third, and fourth will go to Bird in space. Well, unfortunately for favorite backers, the bookmakers will be smiling from ear to ear with Aerial display running back in third, but he still ran a good race first time out here at Borrowdale Park. First place will go to number 1 Power Ranger, second will go to Count Moderna, third will go to Aerial space, and fourth will go to Bird in Aerial display, and fourth will go to Bird in space. So the numbers you'll need from the commentary box are 1, 4, 2 and 5.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to Borrowdale Park Racecourse for the last race meeting of the year 2023. It's the Blastock South Africa champions, the Carlton Cup over 3,200 meters, which is the feature event on this afternoon's program. And we've just witnessed the running of race one. That was the Blastock South Africa Cape Yearling Sale graduation plate over 1,200 meters, won by horse number 1, Power Ranger, Jeff Sister for Deborah Swanson, coming to do the business, beating the 2 aerial display. Let's talk to the winning trainer, Deborah Swanson. Deborah, well done to you. Nice way to start off the afternoon with the 1 Power Ranger. I thought it was the 1, but the bookmakers were going with the 3 pair of faces. And Power coming on through to win well.
He did. I did quite fancy him today. I thought I thought Thomas's new horse might have everybody's making today. That was the one that I thought would give him a bit of cheek. I'd hoped that Bird in Space would be able to hold on with her running tactics, but when it's this heavy, I sort of thought that she'd probably come up for air in the end. So I did make him quite a nice one of my runners today. In South Africa, he used to run 1,200 meter trip all the time, and he was fairly competitive down there on it. So when the 1,200 race came up for him, I thought, oh, we'll have a go. He's very versatile. We can just play with him. Zimbabwean horses, we've got to run them where they can now to keep races open and keep racing going. So I thought it would be a fun option for him, and yeah, he's done it very well today. I think he quite enjoyed the going as well, which probably flattered him a little bit. Some of the others might not have loved going through it as much, but that's how racing's going to be today. Your mudlocks are going to enjoy it, and the ones who don't. So it's going to be an interesting day's racing.
Well done to you, and can you take us through your runners for the rest of the afternoon and what are your most likelies?
As I say, it's going to be tricky today. It depends who likes this sort of going and who's going to. All of us trainers haven't really been able to get much work into the horses this week because we haven't been able to get anywhere near the tracks. But if they weren't fit this week, they were never going to be. So it's not fitness. It's just they're just going to be a little bit short of and done. But we're all racing on the same grass. We've all been on the same tracks. So I don't think that's going to be really relevant. But it's going to depend who likes the going. 30s is quite a nice sticky going. So I know Wantage and Bruce's Spirit from British Yards are renowned mudlocks. So if the bookies want to go for those. I do think Dingwe 3-2 in the mud with top weight might find her out, but she's very well. We know she gets the trip. I still like her chances in the feature race. I can't really think right now. Please, Margot, saddle my horse.
Well done to you. All the best for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Deborah Swanson there. The numbers are up in the frame, and 1, of course, went to Power Ranger. 2nd went to the 4 Count Madonna. 3rd went to the 2 Aero Display, and 4th went to horse number 5 Bird in Space. Next up is the Blastock South Africa National Yearling Sale. Merit rated 80 handicap over 1260 meters, and that's off at 12:35.
So the full unofficial results for race 1: first number 1 Power Ranger, second number 4 Count Moderna, third number 3 Aerial Display, and fourth number 5 Bird in Space. It's all clear to pay on numbers 1, 4, 2 and 5. Race 2 on the program is a BSA National Yearling Sale Merit Rated 80 handicap to be run over 1,260 meters, and once again we've got a full field of 5 runners. Horse number 1 is Battle of Seattle, Diego de Gavea on board for Thomas Mason. Number 2 is Tradition, Jared Penny for Bridges Tidoff. Number 3 is Buster Barnes and Jeffrey Seister and Deborah Swanson. Number 4 is Forgotten Time is Nathan Klink and Amy Parham. And completing the lineup will be number 5, Just Adore Her, Wesley Mowing for Deborah Swanson. So Jeffrey Seister once again starts off racing here at Borrowdale Park with a bang. Riding the first winner, Power Ranger, nice convincing winner. Jeffrey well clear at the moment in the jockey's table. Almost ridden as twice as many winners as any other jockey riding at Borrowdale Park, so Jeffrey doing a really sterling job for Deborah Swanson Racing. So he could have a quick fire double here with horse number 3 Buster Barnes. No Disgracing running second to Nandine, who runs a bit later on this afternoon. Very warm favourite to record a third win in a row, so don't be too phased about that run. Pack up the straight. Buster Barnes looks a difficult nut to crack. Main opposition could come in the form of horse number 1 Battle of Seattle and possibly number 2 Tradition, but without a shadow of a doubt the form horse and the horse to beat horse number 3 Buster Barnes. So the jockeys about to get on board their respective mounts. Diego getting on board the Battle of Seattle, riding a double yesterday for Mike de Kock. At Turffontein, Diego riding extremely well at the moment, and he'll be wanting to get on the scoreboard quickly here at Borrowdale Park. So one of his better rides today was number 1 Battle of Seattle. So these runners coming out of the parade ring and on their way down the chute, and then they'll be on the way down to the start. Off time for race 2, 12:35. Small fields award of the day, so yeah, we'll make up any lost time pretty quickly. So trainers turning these horses around pretty swiftly. So just the 5 runners, and they'll be on their way down to the 1,260 meter mark. Battle of Seattle will love the going. He'll really enjoy the wet going today. I think he won his first start here at Borrowdale Park in the knee-deep mud. So Battle of Seattle on his way down to the start with Diego de Gavea, followed down by number 2 Tradition and Jared Penny. Next to come out with the lead pony will be the favourite, number 3 Buster Barnes and Jeffrey Seister. Number 4 Forgotten Time and Nathan Klink, and number 5 Just Adore and Wesley Mowing. So those are your 5 runners on their way down to the 1,200 meter mark. Off time 12:35, approximately 8 minutes to go to the off.
Previously.
So the runners for race 2 have arrived on at the 1,260 meter mark as we approach race time. Just the 5 runners to come back for the BSA National Yearling Sale Merit Rated 80 handicap. We've closed the front gates, the lights on the starting stalls are beginning to flash, and they will be coming forward in a minute or so. Battle of Seattle to go into stall gate number 1. Number 2 will be filled by Just a Door. Stall gate 3, the favourite Buster Barnes, bang in the middle. 4 will be Tradition and 5 will be Forgotten Time. So all the jockeys on board. I think it's just a Door. Jockey getting on board Just a Door. In the meantime, coming forward with the royal blue blinkers on, that's number 1 Battle of Seattle. Forgotten Time comes forward. Tradition's in. Just a Door. Buster Barnes to complete the lineup in the orange silks with the white cap. Black Maltese cross. Halfway in. Having his 4th start and trying to make it 3 wins from 4 starts. Almost all the way in. Handlers to close the back gate. Out the way. White flag raised. All set. And now, away they go. They broke in a perfect line. We'll give them 100 meters or so to find their feet, and it's Buster Barnes who comes out with stable companion Just a Door. On the stand side running rail, we've got Forgotten Time joined by Tradition, and Battle of Seattle takes a lead from the other 4 runners, dropping in some 4 lengths off them. So it's on the stand side running rail. We've got Forgotten Time who leads from Tradition. Back down the middle there, we've got Buster Barnes, the blue blinkered Battle of Seattle tracks him, and on the inside we find Just a Door. Buster Barnes with a slight lead takes Tradition by a leg. Back in 3rd there, we've got Forgotten Time. Diego's got Battle of Seattle perfectly placed to make an attack, and on the inside we've got Just a Door. It's Tradition now that comes up to join Buster Barnes. On the inside of that we find Battle of Seattle. Come here under a ride is Forgotten Time. It's now Tradition with a half a length to spare on the inside. Buster Barnes now starts to pick up the bit. It's Buster Barnes and Tradition. These two look set to fight it out. Buster Barnes, Tradition on the stand side running rail. Buster Barnes, Tradition, and Bridget Steinhoff will be jumping up and down. She's had a slow start to the season, but she'll be very happy with Tradition. 2nd will go to Buster Barnes, and 3rd will go to Forgotten Time. Well, by Bridget's high standards, it's all clear to see that she's just had a bit of a slow start to the season. Tradition has been pretty consistent, albeit running over slightly further, but he does drop back in class here. He's been running in merit rated 90s and 85s, and Jared Penny does a sterling job on board Tradition for owner trainer Bridget Steinhoff. 2nd will go to Buster Barnes. Once again, no disgrace. like I say, traditions of win our 5 races, so he runs really well for his connections. Third will go to Forgotten Time, and fourth might just be Forgotten on the inside, just a door ahead of Battle of Seattle. So unofficially from the commentator's box, the first 3 for sure. Looks like number 2, Tradition, will beat number 3, Buster Barnes, number 4, Forgotten Time, and then a photo finish for 4th place between the 5 and the 1, maybe just the 5 ahead of the 1. We'll have to wait on the judges for that, but no doubting the first 3. That's number 2, Tradition, number 3, Buster Barnes, and number 4, Forgotten Time.
We've just seen the running of race 2, the Bloodstock South Africa National Yearling Sale Merit Rated 80 handicap over 1260, won by horse number 2, Tradition, the man of Jared Penny for Bridget Steidoff. Bridget, well done for your first of the afternoon, and it was a pretty competitive, tight little race, and Tradition come through well there.
Yeah, no, thanks, Ngoni. Look, I mean, you know, as I was saying to Jared, Tradition he's an absolute little sweetheart. He's such a machine. He'll run it over any distance. I mean, last week he was going over I think it was over 1700, and he ran a really good race. So, you know what, we put him in, needed to keep the field going, so he ran over 1260. He loves the soft going, and he loves Jared. So, obviously, a very big thank you and well done to Jared. You know, competitive field, obviously Buster Barnes was the biggest danger, and that's who I was worried about. So, yeah, really, really chuffed with that, and obviously a very big thank you and well done to Jared.
Well done to you. Can you take us through the rest of your runners today, and considering the going, how you think they're going to fare?
Look, obviously it's a tough racing today. The next race, obviously, I mean, little Bruce, he loves the mud, so I'm hoping he's going to run a bit of a better race. He has sort of gone off the boil recently, so I'm hoping with the softer going he might like that. Otherwise, you know what, it's a hard race. It's hard racing. Obviously, you know, we've got the Carlton Cup. It's the first time I've ever been in this race. I mean, I've been in racing for a long time, but we haven't had it for ages. I've stuck in poor little Regulate. Whether he sees the distance, I don't know. But you know what, you've got to be in it, you've got to try. So let's see.
Well done to you. All the best for the afternoon.
Thank you.
Bridget start off there. The numbers are up in the frame. Second went to horse number 3, Buster Barnes. Third went to the 4th, Forgotten Time. And 4th went to horse number 5, Just Adore Her. Next up is race 3. That's the Bloodstock South Africa KZN yearling sale, merit rated 65 handicap over 1800 meters. That's off at 1:10.
previously on
Now have the all clear result for race number 2. First place went to this number 2. Tradition second to number 3. Buster Barnes third to number 4. Forgotten Time, and fourth to number 5. Just a Doer, and it's all clear to pay on numbers 2, 3, 4, 5. Race 3 on today's program is the BSA KZN yearling sale. Merit rated 65, handicap to be run over 1,800 meters. Horses are now on the main course. Number 1, Bruce's Spirit, and Diego de Gavea for Bruce's started off on its way down to the start. Number 2, My Secret Place, Nathan Klink for Amy Parham. Number 3 is Duchess of War, Jared Penny for Bridges started off. Number 4, Eastern World, Wesley Mowing for Deborah Swanson. Turning to go down, number 2, My Secret Place. Next to come out on parade is number 5, Follow the Band, Jeffrey Seister for Deborah Swanson. And completing the lineup was number 6, Evocative, and that is Morgan Yamagwete for Thomas Mason. So those are your 6 runners on their way down to the 1,800 meter mark. Off time 1:10. So we've got about 7 minutes to go to the off of race number 3.
Previously on Previously, an All-American.
I hope y'all got losing out your systems.
Coming from the coach who walked.
So down at the 1,800 meter mark, the 6 runners will start to come forward for the running of race 3, BSA KZN Yearling Sale MR65. Pretty open looking event. Most of these runners have a winning chance on their current form, so difficult to point out just one. So Jared Penny is in the starting stall. He's just waiting on Duchess of War. In the meantime, the other 5 runners will wait for this filly to come forward. Halfway in, closing the back gate. And the starting stall team have got Duchess of War in the gate, so we just need the other horses to come forward now. Follow the band in the yellow silks with the purple epaulets goes forward. Bruce's Spirit, Eastern World, My Secret Place, and Evocative. My Secret Place. Evocative goes in. My Secret Place to complete the lineup. Will she jump on terms? And out the way. Waiting on My Secret Place to come out of stall gate number 2. Closing the back gate on My Secret Place. Locked and loaded. 1800 meters to run. And away they go. My Secret Place and Bruce's Spirit lose 3 to 4 lengths respectively. Quick into stride is Duchess of War from back in second. We've got Follow the Band, Evocative. Eastern World's got a dream run in 4th place. We drop 2 lengths back to My Secret Place, and at the back of the field is Bruce's Spirit. A nice gallop here being set by Follow the Band. Jeffrey Seister wants to lead. Back in second is Duchess of War. We drop 4 lengths back to Evocative. Eastern World's been buried away on the paint. Some 7 to go. On its outside we find My Secret Place. And Bruce's Spirit's going to have to pass them all. He's about 9 lengths off the leader, who is still Follow the Band. They're following the band at the moment. Back in second is Duchess of War. 4 lengths back to Evocative. We drop a length back to Eastern World. She's come off the fence. My Secret Place now caught 3 wide on the bend. Dropping behind that is Bruce's Spirit. They're taking closer order now as Follow the Band gets a breather in. Leads by a length. Back in second, Duchess of War. We drop a length back to Evocative. Behind that is Eastern World, and just behind that we find My Secret Place making a run towards the middle of the course, and Bruce's Spirit still at the back of the field. They got really close. Only 4 lengths covers the whole field, and pretty much a line of horses turning into the straight, and My Secret Place has been given the green light, comes up to join Duchess of War. Back on the inside is Follow the Band together with Eastern World. Evocative, Bruce's Spirit some 2 lengths off them. It's Follow the Band from Duchess of War. My Secret Place, has she got any more left in the tank? She's back in second. Duchess of War just holding her out at the moment. My Secret Place, Duchess of War on the inside, Bruce's Spirit, but Duchess of War, this is going to be a quick double for Bridget Steidoff. Duchess of War will beat back in second My Secret Place. Third will go to Bruce's Spirit, and fourth will go to Follow the Band. Well, like I said, Bridget Steidoff slightly slow off the mark this season, but she's doubled her tally with races 2 and 3. Duchess of War will win a nice race, a nice gutsy performance from back in second My Secret Place, Bruce's Spirit. They'll fight that out. And yeah, most of the runners in with a winning chance approaching the 200 meter mark, but like I said, Jared Penny holds them all at bay with number 3 Duchess of War. Second place will go to My Secret Place in a tight finish, just ahead of, back in third, Bruce's Spirit. Both those runners didn't give themselves much chance by losing ground at the start. And in fourth, Follow the Band, a good run out of the maidens.
We just seen the running of race 3, the BSA KZN Yelling Sale Marriage Rate at 65 handicap over 1800 meters. Duchess of War number 3, Jared Penny for Bridget Steidoff coming through. Well done to you. The connections, Duchess of War didn't really look like the one on paper, but has come through on the turf to win.
Oh, we knew she was going to win. She looked good to us, and well done, Bridget. It was amazing.
So did you have a pop on there?
Did I have a what?
Did you have a bet?
Yes.
Well, well done to you, and let's talk to the trainer, Bridget. You said the going today was going to be a bit tricky, but it seems the last two for you have been pretty consistent.
Yeah, no, look, obviously, you know what, this is a big thank you to Jared, and obviously thank you to my grooms, to Lovemore and everyone. They've done all the hard work with her at home. She's not easy in the pens, and, you know, obviously a very big thank you to actually Lovemore and to Lawrence. They ride her all the time at home, and to Tanashi. So, you know, thank you to them. It's if it wasn't for their hard work, we wouldn't be here with her today. She probably would have retired. But you know what, really chuffed with her. She's been knocking on the door again. You know, she had a really nice second last time out. She had a really good gallop on Monday, so I was a little bit more confident. Obviously, the going seems to have suited her, and Jared rode her perfectly. So, a very big thank you and well done to Jared. And obviously, thank you to the girls. You know, fantastic to have some of them here today, and well done to all of them.
Well done to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Those were the winning connections of the horse number 3, Duchess of War, Jared Penny riding for Bridget Steidoff. Second win to horse number 2, My Secret Place. Third win to the 1, British Spirit. And fourth win to horse number 5, Follow the Band.
Previously on all of
now have the all clear result for race 3 at Borrowdale Park. First place went to horse number 3, Duchess of War. Second to number 2, My Secret Place. Third to number 1, Bruce's Spirit. And fourth to number 5, Follow the Band. And it's all clear to pay on numbers 3, 2, 1 and 5. There were no scratchings. Race 4 in today's program is the BSA August 2-year-old sale. Merit rated 75 handicap to be run over 1,900 meters. We have one scratching, horse number 1, Qunetra. And that leaves us with 3 runners. Number 2 is Tiger's Eagle, the mount of Jeffrey Seister, raced in the colours of Craig Dankworth for Deborah Swanson. Number 3, the favourite Nandine for the Brumby Syndicate, Genghis Goxel. Jared Penny takes up the ride for Amy Parham, and completing the lineup is horse number 4, Cutback, the mount of Diego de Gavea for Thomas Mason and the Royal Flush Syndicate nominee Gary de Jong. So those are your 3 runners for race number 4. Off time 1:45. They'll be making their way down to the 1,900 meter mark and then sent back on their way for the third last race to be run here at Borrowdale Park for 2023. So just the 3 runners to take your chances with in race number 4. So patrons, please note we could be in for a slight delay for the running of race number 4. The course medical officers just attending to an incident in the saddling enclosure around the back of the parade ring. So unfortunately, just a slight delay while they busy attending to an incident. So horses will keep in the parade ring until they're ready to be sent out. So once again, we're in a bit of a holding position. We're just waiting on the green light from the stipendiary board. Our on-course medical officer just at the moment busy with the incident, and as soon as I know what the position is with these horses leaving the parading, I will get back to you. For now, it looks like the favorite Nandine getting pretty warm. She's been jogging around the parade ring, and I see the jockey's unsaddled horse number 3, Nandine. I'm not too sure what's going on there. Once again, when the stipendiary board lets me know, I will let you know. Thank you. Okay, patrons, please note a further update. The stipendiary board have estimated a 10-minute delay while the medical staff are still busy, so at least another 10 minutes before these horses will be sent out for the running of race number 4. So a slight delay, but in the best interest and safety of our on-course patrons and workforce, there will be a delay to the running of race number 4. These horses may be allowed to leave the parade ring while we experience this delay. So no alarms there. As soon as everything is back on course in terms of the medical staff being available, these horses will be out and on their way to the start. So anticipating at least a 10-minute delay. Thank you. So patrons, please note the horses have now returned back to the parade ring. They've been resaddled, and I'm pretty sure once the jockeys have received the instructions from the connections, these horses will be sent down to the start, down at the 1,900 meter mark, and then we will try and get some revised starting times after the running of race number 4. Fortunately, the injured party has now been attended to, and the matter is currently being addressed. So thank you to the medical staff. Great to have a good team on course to attend to all these incidents. One just never knows when something's coming around the corner, but all is in hand, and racing about to commence shortly with the running of race 4, the BSA August 2-year-old sale, merit rated 75 handicap. Like I said, the runners now returning back to the parade ring. They have all been resaddled. They will be sent on their way shortly for the running of race 4, and then we will get revised starting times for races 5 and 6. But pretty much like I said earlier on, with the small fields being the order of the day, I'm almost certain that we won't be too far off the mark with resuming racing in terms of the scheduled times. It's now roughly 2:05. So we're basically running about 20 minutes late at the moment, but that doesn't mean that'll be the way going forward for the final 2 races. So Connection's now busy getting the jockeys ready to get on board. The 3 runners that will be sent down to the 1,900 meter mark for the running of the BSA August 2-year-old sale. And once again, big shout out to the medical team on course for attending to the incident, and hopefully all goes well with the injured party on course. The 3 runners now making their way down the chute and onto the course, and on their way down to the 1,900 meter mark. Course number 2, Tiger's Eagle, the mount of Jeffrey Seister. Close up in his last start, went second to Didingwe. Didingwe runs in the rescheduled BSA Carlton Cup to be run as our feature race, race number 6, and then prior to that a good win when beating Action Zone. Number 3, Nandine, Jared Penny takes up the ride once again, looking for a hat-trick of wins on board this 4-year-old Bay filly by Pathfork for Amy Parham and the Brumby Syndicate. And completing the lineup will be horse number 4, Cutback, Diego de Gavea for Thomas Mason. Runner up to Regulate in her last start. Regulate also runs in the Carlton Cup a bit later on this afternoon. So these 3 runners, albeit just 3, have got some form credentials, and I think we could be in for a pretty close finish here. So the 3 runners, Nandine, Tiger's Eagle and Cutback, all on their way down to the 1,900 meter mark. They're just going over the crossover, and once they're down at the start and they've checked over their riding gear and all is 100% correct, they'll be sent on their way back by the starter. So once again, the three runners are almost down at the 1,900 meter mark. We have just the one scratching on today's card. Horse number 1, Quinetro, who was supposed to take his chances in this race. So just the three runners as the starting stall team and the starter arrive at the 1,900 meter mark. Handlers have taken the respective runners into hand, and they will be coming up forward shortly for the running of the BSA August 2-year-old sale. Merit rated 75 handicap. So down at the 1,900 meter mark, the stipendiary board has given our starter the cue to load these horses. All is in place for the running of race number 4. Once again, just the three runners to come forward, and then we'll be on to the final two events here at Borrowdale Park. So the medical team and the ambulance down at the 1,900 meter mark. Obviously, we cannot race without them present, so Nandine goes forward. Just to close the back gate on Nandine, that'll leave us with Tiger's Eagle and Cutback. Tiger's Eagle, one of the biggest mares in racing at the moment here at Borrowdale Park, the daughter of Flying the Flag, and Cutback was probably one of the smallest mares in racing. So they come in all shapes and sizes, but they run really well for their connection. So we're just waiting on Tiger's Eagle and Cutback. Jeffrey Seister, winner on board Tiger's Eagle, 2 starts back. Obviously, Jared Penny knows Nandine really well. So Nandine waiting in the starting stall machine for Tiger's Eagle to come forward. In the colours of Craig Dankwitz, that's the gold and black checks. Cutback for the Royal Flush Syndicate to come forward. Not a lot of cutback, but she does run really hard and fast for the connections. Coming into the starting stall machine, Diego de Gavea on board. Closing the back gate on Cutback. Handlers out the way, 1,900 meters to run for the delayed start for race 4. All set, and away they go. Well, Nandine broke on terms, and in the last couple of starts that has proved to be a winning move, as she normally was jumping slowly. So well done to the starting team for getting Nandine away on terms. And it's Cutback that leads from Nandine back in second. Tiger's Eagle drops in third, and I don't anticipate much change in the order as they make their way quickly to the 1,500 meter mark. So it's out in front. The Royal Flush Syndicate runner Cutback leads by length from back in second. The red hot favourite Nandine. Jared Penny will be very happy with the pace. He's got a target to aim at, and at the back of the field we find Tiger's Eagle with the 59.5 kilos. So can Diego de Gavea get the fractions right here? He's not going particularly fast on board Cutback. He leads by 2. Back in second, Nandine's been hard held. She's travelling well within herself in the orange and green silks of the Brumby Syndicate. And at the back of the field we find Tiger's Eagle and Jeffrey Seister in the colours of Craig Dankwitz. That's the gold and black checks. They make their way past the city skyline here. They've got roughly 900 meters to go, and it's Cutback for the Royal Flush Syndicate and Diego de Gavea. Lead by 2 lengths from back in second. That's Nandine for the Brumby Syndicate. Tiger's Eagles now made a sweeping move, as not enjoying the pace, and she goes up to join Cutback. They're going to swing right-handed shortly now in the BSA 2-year-old sale, and it's out in front. Cutback from back in second, Tiger's Eagle. Nandine will be licking his chops here. He's very happy, still back in third and only 2 lengths off them. They're going to go quickly now as they approach the 500 meter mark, and it's out in front. Cutback from back in second, Tiger's Eagle. Nandine goes for inside run, and she's moving up swiftly now. It's Nandine from back in second, Cutback, Tiger's Eagle, a line across the course. but now the turbos open up on Nandine, and she's going to put them away quickly, going past the 200-meter mark, and that's 3 in a row for Nandine. She's turning out to be a very special girl. Second will go to Cutback, third will go to Tiger's Eagle, and from the commentary box, that never looked like in danger at all. This race was pretty much wrapped up at the start. She's carrying too many guns for these girls, is horse number 3, Nandine. Well done to the Brumby Syndicate and Genghis Goxel. Amy Parham's done a sterling job with this 4-year-old bay filly by Pathwalk Otters and Tinley. So from the commentator's box, just the 3 horses, but we did our best to try and make it a bit of an exciting race. And Nandine, like I say, was always cruising for me, and she'll win by the best part of 2 lengths. Second will go to Cutback, very brave in defeat, together with back in third, Tiger's Eagle. The numbers you're going to need are 3, 4, and 2.
We just see the delayed running of race 4. That's the Bloodstock South Africa August 2-year-old sale. Mary traded 75 handicap over 1900 meters. Horse number 3, Nandine, coming through to win race 4. Jared Penny for Amy Paham. Let's talk to the connections. Steve.
Yeah.
Well done, Steve. Nice to get the day off to a start.
That was very nice, very nice. I'm very pleased with the horse. The stable manager, Mike, was very confident of a win today, and it pushed it quite, and it was very well ridden by Jared, so we're very pleased for 3 wins in a row. We look forward to better things.
We should let the rest of us know if that you were that confident.
Well, you've got to listen to Mike.
Well done to you. And Mike, nice to get your first winner of the afternoon as well. And Nandine looks good on paper and duly committed.
Yeah, she's a great filly, and thanks to Genghis. He always said Red Orchid would be the better horse, but I always said Nandine was the one. And so she's proving me right and Genghis wrong. But thank you very much for letting us use the horse. It's a fantastic horse, and the Brumbies are really excited. They're a good bunch of guys. And we've got one of the slimmer ones here today. The Teletubbies are trying to catch fish at Kariba. But a great bunch of guys, so I'm really chuffed for them. And, you know, Count Madonna ran nicely for the Brumbies as well. So we'll be looking for another one. So hopefully Genghis can find another one like that for us. Anyway, it was great win. I'm really pleased with it.
Well done with you. Have you got anything else on the card?
Yeah, we just got walking through time. She's, you know, it's an unknown quantity over that distance. She's got a nice weight. She's a nice filly, but I think Ding Dingui was be hard to beat over that distance. So I'm hoping she's going to hide in the stalls and pick it up on the second round.
Well done to you. All the best with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
As are the winning connections of horse number 3, Nandine. Jared Penny, the winning rider for Amy Poham. Second went to horse number 4, Cutback. Third went to the 2, Tigers Eagle, Scratch the 1, Kinetra. Next up is race 5. That's the Bloodstock November 2-year-old sale, merit rated 94 handicap, and that's over 1600 meters. We'll update you on the time for that.
So we now have the all clear results for the running of race 4. First place went to horse number 3, Nandine. Second to number 4, Cutback. And third to number 2, Tigers Eagle. Scratch number 1, Quinetra. It's all clear, Pepe. The revised starting times for race 5 and race 6. Race 5 will go at 14:40. So approximately 16 minutes to go to the off time of race 5. That's the revised off time, 14:40. And race 6 will go off at 15:10. So 10 past 3 for race 6, the BSA Carlton Cup, our feature event, race 6, 15:10. And race 5 will now go off at 14:40. That's the BSA November 2-year-old sale, MR 94 handicap.
Previously. Previously.
So race 5 on our program today is the BSA November 2-year-old merit rated 94 handicap to be run over 1,600 meters. We'll just run through these runners once again. The revised starting time 14:40 and race 6 15:10. So horse number 1 is Only Him, the mount of Nathan Klink for Bridges Stuydoff, racing the colours of Colleen de Jong and her partners. Number 2 is Wantage for Reese Dyer and his partners, Bridges Stuydoff, Jared Penny. Number 3, Abayan, that's Jeffrey Seister for Paul Gorringe and his partners, that's Deborah Swanson, the conditioner. Number 4 is Jubilee, Diego de Gavea for David Machingadze and his partners, Thomas Mason, the conditioner. And number 5 is Admiral's Chance for Paul Gorringe and his partners, Wesley Mowing on board for Deborah Swanson. Once again, these horses will not parade. As soon as they leave the parading, they'll be sent on their way down to the start as they make their way now into the parading, as the weather looks like it's about to turn, possibly. Some big black clouds above the racecourse now, so the last thing we need is a downpour prior to the running of the Carlton Cup. The 1 cap change, horse number 5, Admiral's Chance, to wear a blue cap. A blue cap. Wesley Mowing will be wearing a blue cap to distinguish his runner from stable companion number 3, Abayan. So the bell's been rung in the parade ring there by our chief stipendiary steward, Mr. Hoffman, and these jockeys will be getting on board now, as like I say, we could have a bit of a storm blowing in over the racecourse shortly. 1600 meters the journey, MR94, so these horses go in at handicap turn, so that means according to the handicapper they should cross the line in a line. Yet to see one of those races yet, but haven't been around long enough. So number 1, only him, Nathan Klink, yet to ride a winner this afternoon, but he knows how to ride the big ones here in Zimbabwe. He was victorious aboard 7 Seas for Gokka and Terzi and Nolene Peach. A really good rider on his day is Nathan, just has to be given the chance, and he'll deliver. Number 2, is Jared Penny, looking for his 4th winner this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. Having a red letter day here at Borrowdale Park is Jared. Number 3 is Abayan and Jeffrey Seister. Number 4, Jubilee and Diego de Gavea. And number 5 is Admiral's Chance and Wesley Mowing. Hopefully we don't get any lightning, because you might have a few races with no commentator. Commentary box not the safest place on the race course. So these horses are now leaving the parade ring, and they'll be on their way down to the 1,600 meter mark, approximately 4 minutes to the revised starting time for race number 5, and like I say, race number 6 will be 15:10. So the runners have arrived on the 1,600 meter mark, and the jockeys are all on board, and we look set to load this field of 5 runners for the BSA November 2-year-old sale. Edge rated 94 handicap, Wantage going forward. Once again, Admiral's Chance with the blue cap. Number 1 colours on number 3 Abayan. Admiral's Chance to go in with Wesley Mowing. Only Him and Nathan Klink, Wantage and Jared Penny and Jubilee and Diego Digavea.
I'm still not.
So these horses about to jump shortly for the running of race number 5. Only Him to come forward. Abayan. $1,600 meters to run. All set. And now away they go. They're poking up perfect line. Wantage taken back a stride or two, but quick into stride. We've got Abayan from back in second, stable companion, Admiral's Chance. We drop back to Only Him. Jubilee some 6 lengths off them, and at the back of the field some 9 lengths off them is Wantage. So it's Abayan setting a nice gallop, leads by 2 lengths from back in second, Admiral's Chance. Only Him just off the paint, he's back in third. We drop 3 lengths back to Jubilee, and Wantage has made up some of that ground, only 5 lengths off them as Abayan steadies the pace now. A number of these horses taking a bit of a hold. Back in second now, Only Him's moving up. He can't sit on him with that slow pace being run, and back in third we've got Admiral's Chance. Wantage is also creep close, and that drops Jubilee to the back of the field. So Abayan trying to make every post a winning one. Jeffrey Seister's got a nice hold on him. He leads by half a length. Back in second, Only Him. All these runners going really well within themselves. Admiral's Chance got 2 to go. Behind that we find Wantage, and Jubilee will be held up at the back of the field for one late run. Can Abayan get going now as they turn into the home straight, as Only Him's been shaken up? Back on the inside we find Admiral's Chance. Jubilee starting to cut through runners together with Wantage. It's Abayan. He's got a 2-length lead from back in second. Admiral's Chance. Back in third is Wantage. We then find Jubilee. Abayan, he's still got a healthy lead. Admiral's Chance is trying to reel it in, but it's Abayan, the class horse of the race now. He starts to stretch away, and he's going to dawdle this one. Abayan, there was no dangers. Seister got them to follow him, and he turned this into a dash for cash. Second will go to Admiral's Chance. Third is desperately close between Jubilee and Wantage. While a clever ride by Jeffrey Seister, Abayan went as slow as he needed to go, and when they turned into the home straight, once you pinched that 2-3 length lead, they were never going to reel him in. Admiral's Chance did all he could back in second, the stable companion, and third will be desperately close. We're going to have to wait for the judges between horses 2 and 4. So the provisional result for race 5 will be first number 3 Abayan, second to number 5 Admiral's Chance, third to number 4 Jubilee, and fourth to number 2 Wantage. 3, 5, 4, 2, 1 the full result, but that's provisional result, and we'll get the all clear shortly. But well done to the winning connections of horse number 3 Abayan. That's Paul Gorringe and his partners, Deborah Swanson and Jeffrey Seister, recording his second win this afternoon.
That was the running of race 5, the BSA November 2-year-old sale, merit rated 94 handicap over 1600 meters. Well done to you, Deborah, for Avian coming through to win that one. And Lisa Gelding has looked very consistent in the past and has come through to pull off a good win today.
Thank you, Gordon. This is one of the most genuine horses in my yard. He always gives you 200% on race day. He does act nicely in the mud. He does enjoy the going, although he's very tired afterwards because it takes a lot out of him, but he will give you everything, and he always has. He's an absolute pleasure to train. I'm very pleased with the stable companion that managed to run second. I thought that they would battle in a field of this nature, but they've come up in class and they've put the right foot forward, and I'm very, very pleased of the performances that they gave us today. Well done to the owners. I'm sad Paul's here, but unfortunately the rest of them are not. I hope they all managed to watch on the link that we sent that Titch has very kindly given us. So well done to them all, and yeah, lovely, lovely race.
Well done to you.
Thank you.
Let's talk to Paul next. Paul, well done to you. A nice one, nice winner there with Abian.
Yeah, fantastic to see both horses, carrying those colours across the line, 1 and 2. Both, Abian is, I don't think you get a more honest horse. He tries his utmost every time and gives it to you every single time, even if he's not quite there yet. I mean, we've had him here where he's almost collapsed. I mean, the horse is such an honest, soldier. And then the naughty boy behind, he's still a colt. He's obviously just turned 4. And he's done us so proud as well. I mean, and to take on, only him and Vantage. Obviously, I think those horses needed this run. They looked like they were carrying a bit more condition. But take nothing away from the 2 horses that go across the line, first and second. I'm very chuffed, and well done to my partners. Well done to the Tubbies. Good luck for you guys tomorrow with Down to Business. Let's fly the Zim flag, and we're all in it together. We're all cheering for you, boys. Let's bring it home.
Well done to you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
That's Paul Gorange there representing the winning connections of the 3 Abayan, and that concludes race 5. And now we get into the feature event of the afternoon. That's the BSA Carlton Cup, and that's over 3,200 meters. And revised off time, not on the card there. It's going to be 2:10. So that's going to be the feature event of the afternoon's program. That's the Carlton Cup coming up next.
We now have the all clear results for the running of race number 5. First place went towards number 3, Abiyan. Second to number 5, Admiral's Chance. Third to number 4, Jubilee. And fourth to number 2, Wantage. It's all clear to play on numbers 3, 5, 4 and 2. And the runners, for race number 6 have made their way into the parade ring for the BSA Carlton Cup. Hopefully this passing shower doesn't hang around too long. And we've got a 4-horse field for today's top liner, the last race for 2023 here at Borrowdale Park. Horse number 1 is Didingwe, 6-year-old bay mare by Futura out of Miss Delisha. Winner of 10 of the 26 starts, Jeffrey Seister on board for Deborah Swanson, runs in the colours of Chris Shepherd and his partners. Horse number 2, Regulate, for Kirsty Steidoff and her sister Bridget Steidoff. Jared Penny on board, a winner of 3 of his 13 starts. Number 3 is Zazu for Mesdames Charles Lee, Wesley Mowing on board for Deborah Swanson, winner of 3 of her 27 starts, and complete in the lineup is number 4, Walking Through Time, for Grant Littleford, Spencer Murray, Paul Rugg, Amy Parham and Nathan Kling, a winner of 3 of her 14 starts. So those 4 runners on their way down to the 3,200 meter mark, which is up the straight here. I'm not too sure if we're going to stick to the revised starting time. That's 10 past 3. It's only 3 minutes past 3. These horses will be in the storm. But once they get down to the starting storm machine, I'm sure they'll make a decision. So these horses are going out for the final event here at Borrowdale Park for 2023. And out on the main course is horse number 1, Didingwe and Jeffrey Seister. Number 2 is Regulate and Jared Penny. Number 3 is Zazu and Wesley Mowing. And complete in the lineup, horse number 4, Walking Through Time and Nathan Klink. So it looks like we're in the eye of the storm. These horses have arrived at the starting storm machine and we still got a minute or so to go. The starting stall gates have been closed. The lights on the starting stalls are beginning to flash. Pretty much a torrential downpour. You can barely see the starting stall machine, and it's only 500 meters away. So the runner's still walking around the back of the starting stall gates at the moment. Right, it looks like we're all set to go in the Carlton Cup for 2023. The start has been given his cue to get these runners in. Just the 4 runners, Didingwe and walking through time to come forward. Just to turn Didingwe around. Jeffrey Seister in the starting stall gates, waiting for horse number 1, Didingwe. The other 3 runners will just wait their turn. Didingwe just backing away. Unfortunately, she just wants to go into gate number 3. Well, she should be going into gate number 3, but she just drags herself away. Just going to have to be patient with her. Didingwe, the red-hot favorite for the BSA Carlton Cup. Walking up now. And she backs away. She's not enjoying the bundle. On a single handler she goes up. Jeffrey Seister just waiting for Didingwe to come forward. Trotting Didingwe up. Backing away. Very big daughter of Futura, so she's just unfortunately not cooperating at the moment. They're going to try and get her to go forward. Big disappointment coming. Unfortunately, the starter scratched horse number 1, Didingwe, has been taken out. Horse number 1, Didingwe, a late scratching in the BSA Carlton Cup. We're down to 3 runners now, so we're waiting on walking through time. Unfortunately, maybe the eye of the storm could have unsettled her, but Didingwe will not be taking her chances this afternoon. Regulate, also a little bit above himself. Zazu to move forward, walking through time. So confirmed by the stipendiary board, horse number 1, Didingwe, will be withdrawn. You're entitled to a full refund on horse number 1, Didingwe. Regulate going up. Jared Penny looking for his 4th winner this afternoon, but Regulate needs to straighten up as well. Walking through time to go in, also turning sideways. So the remaining 3 runners to try and go forward for the 2023 BSA Carlton Cup. Walking through time, backing away, halfway in, and turns on the other side. Unfortunately, the horses are winning the battle over the handlers at the 3,200 meter mark. We still to get 1 horse in the starting stall machines. Not through lack of trying, but walking through time to come forward. Walking through time, backing away. Well, now she's kicking out. He's walking through time. Time could be running out for walking through time. We could be down to a match race. Obviously, with the starting position, they've got to get to Dingway off the course as well. These horses will run past that intersection. Walking through time, being bundled up now. This could be the last chance for walking through time. She rears up and slashes out. They're going to try and load her without the jockey, possibly. Jockey's off walking through time. Not being cooperative at the moment, unfortunately. Time could be running out for walking through time now. She's not cooperating one bit. Still to get Regulate in the stalls, as well as Zazu, as the storm returns here at Borrowdale Park. Walking through time, just not going forward. Handler's walking her away. We need Zazu to go forward now. Not too sure. The horses have been out in the rain for such a long time and they're just not cooperating. Zazu to straighten her up to go into stall gate number 1. Halfway in to close the back gate on Zazu. So we could be down to Zazu and Regulate, walking through time. Gonna give him one more chance, I think. And she backs away. Zazu getting unrestless, and Zazu now breaks through the front. Unfortunately for Zazu, she was in the stalls and now she broke through. Walking through time, tried to be loaded with no rider on board. Still waiting on the starting position. Patrons, please note all the horses will be returned back to the parade ring. All the horses will be returned back to the parade ring, and an official announcement will be made shortly. The stipendiary board has requested that the horses return back to the parade ring for race number 6. Right, patrons, please note an urgent announcement. The Carlton Cup has been abandoned. This race has been abandoned. There will be no running of the 2023 BSA Carlton Cup, and follow-up will be made in the Stipes report. So once you get a copy of the Stipes report, you'll be able to get a follow-up as to the reasons why. But the 2023 Carlton Cup will not take place this afternoon. So from rain-drenched Borrowdale Park, all that's left is for me to wish you a safe Christmas, New Year's Eve, and compliments of the season, and signing off from the commentary box for 2023. I'm not sure when I'll return, but it's been another year under our belt, a calendar year. And like I say, have a safe New Year's Eve and all the very best for 2024.